What up, y'all? We're gonna do a mic check, mic check. Seems like we're good. Cam check, cam check. Seems like we're good. I downloaded the newest. Actually, wait a minute. Why is that still going on? I still hear car. Okay, it's gone. That's weird. Okay, it's weird. All right, so we're good. So I got the Atom multi-stream plugin, new thing. So I had to kind of set that up. So I don't know. Think everything looks good. It's actually a lot cleaner on my OBS setup now. I can kind of see things a lot better in terms of the YouTube part of things, where I had to kind of like do like a whole different web browser to kind of see my live analytics or whatever. But so good stuff, I think. Good stuff. The hot patch, right. So currently, goblins is the word of the day. So we're gonna go murder some goblins, I think. Yeah. Also, I'm thinking about it's funny because I was thinking about it for myself, but then Crafty actually messaged me. Speaking about the fluidity glyph, how he's kind of having to keep that up. And I was thinking about all day today. I was like, man, what if I don't want to do like smoke grenade? Right? What if I just don't want to use smoke grenade? Or like, what if I just don't want to use cow traps? What are my other options? Right? Because we have like so much conditional damage on rogue, man. Like, if you do this, then this happens. And like they all give you like, small, buffs here and there. I keep fluided up with that. Well, I mean, we know how you do it. I mean, you kind of have to. That's the only way to really prop fluidity glyph, right? Dash or shadow stuff. So like, I think we understand how. It's the idea of having to do it every 5 seconds. Is what's annoying, and it can be annoying, especially like, let's say if you're playing any builds with like imbuements, like a combo point imbuement build, where like obviously your dash is also imbued, even though you don't want it to be imbued, but the game is just like, yeah, so about that, right? And so like you keeping up the fluidity glyph and being kind of forced to dash once every 5 seconds, whatever like that, which is probably going to eat up an imbue, right? And it just gets kind of I won't say frustrating, but just more of like when you really think about it in the day, it's like, man, why am I why is this so much, like, why is there so many conditional effects on rogue to proc certain things? And then you're just like, well, I guess kind of just is what it is at the end of the day. It ain't the butterfly, it's the Tootsie Roll. Rob has Barb Nation, Makuna has Stork Nation, you would your need Rogue Rebellion in your titles. So speaking of vanilla, what's going on? Finally early W. What up, Fat? It's funny. So I actually went to the school today. But it was the after school rehearsal. I haven't really seen like the kids since like May, and it was kind of hard, like, cause like I was kind of in a lot of pain, so it was definitely rough. But I went, and like they were like so happy to see me, and it was like kind of crazy cool. But then one of my former students, like really proud of, he went practically all the way, like to drum corps as well as like the highest level of WGI, and march for Broken City. He's got a crazy story too as well, but he's actually helped teaching, like he's actually helping be there when I'm not there, etc. But anyways, I think I was speaking to him a bit, and I was like, all of my former students that have like reached the highest of highest levels, like the NBA or the NFL of like percussion or whatever you want to call it, or marching percussion, like they all come back with like they're the same person. They're not like, they don't come with like this superiority complex, or like I did this, I marched this group, like they never look down upon any, or sort of have like a god complex about them. And that's the one thing I think I appreciated about the type of culture that we distilled whenever I was, teaching them. It's just like, at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, you're drumming at the highest level, but I mean, it ain't all about you. At the end of the day, it's a team effort, and like everybody is just as important in this project. There's no reason to have that ego or that, but snare players and trumpet players are notorious for having like that complex, right? Like, I mean, just it's just natural. Like it is. But I think it goes to kind of show that like I kind of hold that same mentality, even when it comes to other things. I was never really cocky when I played StarCraft 2 at the level I did, or even Warcraft 3 at the level I did, even though it's like semi-pro or whatever. I never really made it like that far. I don't think there was ever a time frame where I thought so much of myself that I kind of like, sort of having acronyms about like,
shut up
like
and take
things.
my money.
IE_and_cheered
Yeah,
X2000
with the
IE_and_cheered X2000 THX for RF die.
You're welcome, man. I appreciate the biddies or whatnot. Anyways, I'm gonna kind of leave it at that, but I don't really know what to say. Like, what would I have? So you have Barb Nation, Sork Nation. I mean, I think honestly, what did you like? If there's anyone that could like have a title of that nature, it would be. I don't think I have a monopoly on the market like Makuna does, or like Rob does. You know what I mean? Like they. Well, I guess you can probably say Chinese barbs too as well, because I mean Chinese barbs are synonymous with Rob too as well. But Rob is known obviously as like the barb. What is there left to farm? I don't know. I honestly don't know. But anyways, yeah, I would say I had a good day, even though I was definitely in pain for a good chunk of the day. But I had a fantastic day. Seeing the kids again. You teach Rogue at D4 school? Sure. When I was in high school, drumline all thought they were hot shit because they won 3. Yeah, dude, drumline. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, like drumline, especially snares. Like the snare line always thought that they're like snare line and trumpets always. I won't say all rogues tend to work together or work well together, but I will say that there's a lot of rogues that theorycraft. There's a lot of people that do different things on rogue to kind of push rogue in different directions. I'm probably one of the more like chillest, I guess, somewhat known-ish rogue. I don't really care about a lot of different things. I'm not that anal about a lot of things in the game. when Jay was going on Maxroll is kind of D4 school, I guess. I'm the most humble rogue in my I don't know what I want to do. I think today I kind of want to like I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, we're gonna kill goblins for sure. That is today's event. So we're definitely gonna. I'll let goblins know. You know, you ain't walking around here. I've been giving more pieces that I need for rogue builds, but other rogues don't have any other classes in the free gear chance. Oh, that's nice. That's good. I don't know what it is, but I feel like role players are a lot more generous. Could be, for sure. I see what you mean now. That makes sense. Go chase those goblins. Well, dude. You started playing D4 and chose rogues first class. What build should you start with? Saw some guys on Heartseeker and Barrage. There are a lot of like good rogue builds out there. If you're new to the game, I'd probably start with like just a regular Barrage build. Because it's probably on the easier side to play and also on the easier side to build. Eventually you may want to try some like other builds and whatnot, but rogue it's a pretty button heavy class and can like be a little difficult to manage. So I think probably playing easier build such as that would be the way to go. That there. I'll put that here. Season 7 would be the season of variety. We should see many variants of builds. Season 6, everyone won't play Spirit Worn. Checking with the Ruin Master. So Dark Straw spawn with the Umbrous aspect. Don't have damage reduction and is currently bugged. Has this been the case in your experience? Where'd you hear that from? Roger Man, dude. No. Literally that's all you have to do, really. I mean there's differences in breakpoints, of course, but like it's really not enough for you to have to really be concerned about. If you're like legit, if you're not pushing it, it is zero for you to be concerned about. But not yeah. So like, who brought it up, Doom? I mean, I'd be interested to know, but I can definitely tell you that I know when I get one-shotted due to not having my Dark Shrouds up. Yeah. So like, unless something happened like today, like something happened with the patch today or something, I haven't played today yet, so I have no idea. But like, unless something happened today, I can totally tell you that I know when I die on my rogue. Like I'm 100% aware of like when I get mollywop because my Dark Shrouds are not up, because I probably previously died right before then. So question about Heartseeker victimized, can you use random rails instead of trap? Yeah, you can. Again, I think the only reason why I did Death Trap there was that you get the pull in, and so pulling enemies in while you have victimized, pumping, you can get all the overlap to happen, I guess you could say. So it's more of a, try to get a pull and blast type thing. But for sure, you can definitely go trap if you want. Not trap, random rails. Too legit to quit. Too legit. What? Too legit. All right. What I'm gonna do? So I'm gonna actually remove smoke grenade for a bit. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Don't change that. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh yeah, imprint. I kind of want cold clip over edge mastery, but edge master is unconditional. But I like having cold clip because I like having the basic attack chill for a little bit. One shot kid, what's going on? Keep an eye on it when I play. If I see a difference, you know, oh yeah, I'll be able to tell because I run very glassy. I play extremely glassy, so I would know for sure. I would know because usually I play or I build just enough to like take one hit usually, and that's it. So like if I can't take one hit for whatever strange reason with full dark shrouds and barrier, then I'm like, okay, so something's up. Doom, yeah. Make sure also, I'm assuming you're capped on reses, right? Are you capped on armor and res? I'm not even capped on armor actually. Trying to think. I don't think of why actually. I feel like all of a sudden I'm not capped, but I always thought I was capped. What happened? Has it always been like this for me? I just didn't know. I can try to get a higher armor roll, like a slightly higher armor roll here. Although I think that would be kind of hard. Let's see, we're gonna try some Starless guys tonight. Try. It's a keyword. What's my second wind at? Oh, I don't know, like four ranks, 5 ranks. Or unless you're sorry, you're not responding to me. Higher resist cap without Tyrius. I mean, there's ways you can do it, but I guess asking because he says he doesn't have Tyrius might, so I'm wondering if he is resist cap.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
2-4-2-1. I get a little higher armor roll fix there. I don't feel like moving points around on my Paragon board, so I'll spend the resources here, see if I can get it. I'm playing with Whirlwind Barb yourself. Barb is the most fun for you, so you stuck with it. Yeah, I've heard lots of good things about Whirlwind in a recent. Seemed like some Barb dude figured it out how to Whirlwind in T8, where you can actually kill councils with it. Just like, whoa. Look at Barb. And it's spin the win too, isn't that something? Get this. Appreciate the sub. I wonder why I'm hearing that twice. For some reason, I'm hearing that alert twice. Are you guys hearing that alert twice? You know what it could be? I know what it might be. Hold on. No, it's not that. Actually, maybe it is. No, it's muted. Huh. You missed it? There's someone else. Yeah, I feel like I'm hearing the alert twice. Huh. Yeah, apparently I can't get a higher armor roll. Game won't let me. Seems like armor is a rare roll apparently. Good thing pants aren't that expensive. Yeah, so not only does it not roll often, I gotta get a higher roll than what I already have as a higher roll. I might have to use a Paragon point to fix this problem. B2204 nah. Let's do the Heartseeker. Well, why can't you be higher? Game. Alright. Alright, game. You win. You win. Give up. You know what? In true glass cannon fashion. Actually, wait a minute. Why do I? Oh, it's the same thing as this, I guess. Except I can do that. Yeah, why did I have 2 points like that? Yeah. Okay, so now I got 1 point that I can put in the armors. No, that's like there is a spot. It's like on a cheap shot board. I'm 100% certain. Yep, there it is. Boom. Free cap of armor. Undid it. Wow. Barely. But I do need to check something. I need to make sure that my planner doesn't like that for some odd reason. It shouldn't, but I have to find out. Okay, no, it doesn't. I was just being dumb. That's all it was. Yep, that was just a me thing. Yes, going to Twitch. I blame YouTube. Yeah, man, with Rowan Bills now doing 300 million plus instead of the 50 million before. So like what what actually changed for Robin Barbs? Like what was the thing that did it? Spent 500 million not to get the role you needed. I feel you on that one, man. Alright, so this hell tide is almost over, so I'm gonna wait till the next hell tide before we goblin smash. Guess I'm gonna play around with some shadow golden view, I guess. With Starless. The problem is that like I'm like super duper squishy with Starless, guys. It's kind of where I actually have some health at. I don't have any health now, so yeah, we're gonna die. We're gonna die some horrible deaths here. 19k. Because it wasn't working, so to fix it, you had to equip it every instance. That is a really weird. Okay, that's an awful way to play. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was like more like somebody just found something cool. So Ramalandi just wasn't working before, but to get it to work, you have to re-equip a bunch of stuff. I'm so used to couch out being number 2 instead of number 3. I'm like messing up, hitting all the wrong buttons. Also before the council too as well. That's awful. I I guess when I was hearing about it, no one like said that. Like no one actually like spoke that or said that at all. So I thought maybe, oh, you know, someone just found, you know, someone just got godlike gear and made whirlwind cool, right? I didn't think it was like that. So that kind of sucks for Pit though, right? I assume, or it works in Pit as long as you do it before you jump into the pit. Is that what it is? Oh, I lost my Starless Skies buff. Oh, that was a bad evade. You can't do it in the pit at all. Oof. So it's just kind of a torment. Oh, sorry, Inferno Horde and Nightmare Dungeon build kind of thing. Helltide. Good thing like people don't really too much care about pit this season. Then imagine last season the pit was the only thing you had to do, and you were playing that way. That would suck. Although I do forget, I think my damage does go up a little bit doing this, but my barrier like never activates. Starless Skies plus a Sky Hunter, like my barrier never activates. Like ever. Goblin showing up for me? I haven't tried yet. I haven't even done Helltide yet. Yep. So like while I definitely increased my damage output by doing it this way, my overall quality of life has definitely taken a hit. Also very difficult to upkeep. Oof, that hurt. Actually, where did the dreadnought hit me from? I'm pushing all the wrong buttons. Oh dang, they kicked me out quick. They kicked me out quick. they kicked me out real quick. In front of hers has been closed. Fair enough. Yeah. Not quite sure if I can kind of get through this with 19k HP. At least not with the button setup I have currently. Because I'm trying my hardest to keep up Sterilus and having no barrier most of the time, and 19k HP is just it's like legit suicide. Eichenberg, what's going on, man? How's it going? Is that T8? Yeah. Normally all I do is T8 nowadays. But yeah, trying something a little different right now though. Trying to take off Smoke Grenade for Shadow Imbuement. So kind of doing dual imbuement. So instead of getting the 25% damage bonus, I'm getting 12% from Shadow Imbuement or mixed Shadow Imbuement. However, it kind of allows me to run Starless Skies because I don't have to worry about an additional temper, like imbuement temper, because I have dual imbuement already. So technically speaking, this should yield to more damage, but it definitely makes me way squishier and less barrier uptime. Like squishier than squishier. Like I was already like super glass cannon. Now I'm like ultra glass. Say good man did a bar today from 1 to 100. First time doing that, so stoked to get that done. Cool, man. I really should make another class during this event. I did make another rogue. Big surprise, right? Totally, no one saw that coming. I did make another rogue, so I don't have to switch gears all the time. Or Paragon boards or whatever. Oof. Was that a ballista? Yeah, it was. Whoa. Yo, how many ballistas did I get? Ow. Cross screen. All 3 deaths for 2 2 ballistas. I didn't have my dark shroud up the second 2 times though. Sorry, not sorry. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna do that T7 then. I guess we'll do T7. That's a stupid mechanic. I guess I don't really mind so much. I think the idea is that like if you die the first time, there should be like maybe like a 1 second or a second and a half invulnerability. So therefore you can actually react to whatever you or whenever you respawn, you can actually react. I was gonna ask if you want if you want to do some Helltides endeavor. I'm only doing this until Helltide is up, or like another Helltide is up. Run a riff without dying. No bow instead. You want me to put on my Flurry build? So like, unlike D3 in a sense, like if I do no bow, then like literally the skill won't even fire. So I can't even get myself because I can't even do a thing. I have to change out the build. You don't want the goblins endeavor? Or actually, have you played earlier? I figure you might want to try to get your materials my ASAP. That's all. So the Goblin been seem a lot better this time around. So I've heard. I've heard rumors. Do you think we should be able to unequip unlimited or equip unlimited Ubers? I mean, you kind of can. Like, there's no cap on like how many Ubers you can wear. Oh no, but should we have to choose this one? I think that's a Woody Joe idea, I believe. I think Woody was talking about that. I think, was it Woody? I think I said that. Yeah. I mean, personally, it wouldn't bother me. Although I think that if it's gonna be like that, I mean, they would probably have to redo a lot of Mythic Uniques then. Like, there would need to be powerful enough to make you feel like having that one choice is worth that one choice. I think the only one that kind of qualifies for something like that at the moment might be Tyrion's Might, because of how good it is. I'm not saying the others aren't great. Like obviously Starless is great. Shaco is great in his own right. But I think Tyrion's Might kind of falls into that category of like, you know, if no changes happen and you have to just wear one, that a lot of people will actually just wear that. But I do think that it does kind of like offer, you know, it gives them the sense of a choice. I was like, okay, well, I have to make a choice. So I think that's kind of where that comes from. But I do also think that, like, I don't know, the freedom of being able to slot whatever gear you want that you find. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. If anything, maybe make like a new tier where it's not mythic items, it's like a new tier above mythic, right? And then let that be the thing that you can only wear one of. Like, I think it would be not a good idea to do that with the current mythic uniques, right? If you're gonna do that, make a new tier, like a I don't know, like primal, I guess, from Diablo 3 in a sense. I'm gonna say primal. Actually, that's not a right way I would say that. But like just like a new tier of items. It'd be a cool mechanic if you can sacrifice one hand on bow builds for higher dexterity conversion, or sacrifice bow on melee builds, like an exotic. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So we'll do this one here. A super duper Uber. Jeff. I mean, sure. We can call it that. Oh, which one is this? Is this the original version, or is this Amish Paradise? Either one is good. Oh, the original version. Real lies, there's nothing left. Ethereal unique. I like super duper Uber. Butt scratcher. What's going on? Every time like when I see that, I think of that episode on like Family Guy, where Peter Griffin was like selling butt scratchers at like what was it, like a baseball event or something. You remember what I'm talking about. Do not act like y'all don't know that episode. Although, I mean, to be realistic, I mean, honestly, I'd probably buy a butt scratcher. If they were selling that at like a, you know, a sporting event, it's probably a good place to sell it. Sure, I mean, it was meant for purely entertainment, but like reality, I'd probably buy one. Just saying, like real talk. Some Giacomo's happening. Remember cooking with Cooley? I do. I do. Yep, my wife gave me the name from that one back in 2011, and I use it for your rogue name ever since then. I see the big topics are being discussed. Also, Team Butt Scratcher. Yeah. I mean, it looks like somebody needs to get on that. Tay, what's going on? Ooh, damn! I got chopped in half. I didn't even see that. I prefer better than a Heartseeker. What makes you ask that? Can't think of a worse build for this challenge from ever. I know, right? I mean, look at my Aether count right now. It's like 113, and I'm like wave 8. Do I have this build out now? Well, I mean, it's the same build from like the one I did on Maxroll. I haven't done any like actual changes other than like I switched out Smoke Grenade for Shadow Imbuement just cause. I don't really have a great reason for it other than I just wanted to play Shadow Imbuement. That's it. Nah, it's the same thing on my that's been on Maxroll for the past 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. Decoy, what's going on? How's up? Okay. You should probably jump in one endeavor, and then I'll just request invite on you when I finish this. I used to do Flatland BMS competition just with your rung song. Yeah, you did used to do that. I remember you your profile picture was you like in midair on like a bike. Like I remember that. Oof. Almost died there. Make sure you eat all 3 brains. Consume all 3 brains. I think it's here, right? Yeah. Oh, 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 oh. I come back and it's playing on Zoom. Yep, it was a stream redemption. Play zoomed in, so you know how we do. I wonder if there's really gonna be like a mid-season patch. Like, I mean, I know PTR is coming, but we don't really know when exactly that is. We just assume that it's gonna be like a month or some change before it comes out, right? Like, it's gonna have to be fast. So I guess the assumption is next week, but they're working on things right now. They mentioned that there will be a mid-season patch that's gonna have such and such and more Infernal Horde tiers or whatever like that. So like, there's something in the works, unless they just decide to cancel that. So I will almost think that maybe they have a mid-season patch next week, early next week, and then maybe like the following week is the PTR. That seems like a possibility. Although that would be kind of stretching it for PTR, obviously. But I mean, I think if you want to at least get some people actually interested in your mid-season patch, I mean, the best idea is to have a release on Tuesday next week. But I don't know. Everything seems so close together, man. All these are terrible.
Can't salvage that.
I don't really like the upkeep of Sterilus, man. I thought I might like it a little bit, but nah. So I guess we'll stick to what I was doing before, and maybe take off traps, maybe next. I need to buff Barb again. Yeah, Barb clearly not OP this time. Please buff. Where's my brother? Narcotic. Appreciate the follows. I gotta fix this transmog on this rapid fire rogue. So what's the thing with Helltide now? No, it's just it's a goblin event, so there's more goblins in the open world and in nightmare dungeons. Which also includes Helltide, of course. I don't have any brains on my on this road. Oof. Might need to go to my other rogue. Take the brains off of that one. Hold up. Actually, do I have any? No, it's on my other. It's literally on my other rogue. Yeah, I guess I'll just pull it off him. Maybe PTR then mid-season patch. You know, I never actually thought about it that way. At first, it'd be like, no way, right? Why would you have a mid-season patch after the PTR? That seems weird. I only got 2 brains. Oh man, that's a oof. But I mean, you may not be wrong. But yeah, there's been no talks about it. There's been always talks about the what are the brains for? They make Keltai stronger, and thus therefore you get more like cinders and stuffs and things and stuffs. So yeah, if you consume up to 3, it's like the maximum amount of stuffs you get. It's like really good actually to eat 3 brains. But I only have 2 brains. But we're gonna work for it. You know, they stack. They actually didn't until this season. Like last season didn't stack at all, and then this season they said, you know what, we'll let it stack to 3. What's the best way of farming the goblins? I believe it's Helltide or a Greed Shrine in Nightmare Dungeons. Groctus, appreciate the follow. Strongholds receive the boss DR. I was hitting 1 damage against. Really? Wow. Dang. Is it bugging out for you, Endeavor? I guess I'm gonna have to hit a 2 build today for the first time. Oh, nice. What build were you playing? I wish I could re-record that Heartseeker hit. Because the highest I got now is like 3.2 bill crit on like a Heartseeker hit, but that was like I wasn't streaming at the time, and I was like, damn it, I have no proofs. Let's try again. Oh, he just wouldn't accept me. What a jerk. I sent him like 4 or 5 invites. See how it is. Let me let me eat my brains real quick. Oh, did I just port right to him? Actually, I did. Watch this. Ha. Instant transmission. Watch this. Bam. We can go to the whatchamacallit. Lovely Hell Ties Fashion Nightmare Dungeon. No. Well, in World Tier 1 and 2, yes. Well, for mostly obvious reasons there. Once you get the World Tier 3, I actually want to do Nightmare Dungeons and or at some point in front of horrors if your character can handle it. Wait, there was a goblin over here. Where'd it go? Wasn't Boots and Pit faster? Boots and Pit was more consistent. But if you can get a Nightmare Dungeon with like an event, like a pretty decent event. It was actually faster. I think it was talking about regular leveling, if I wasn't mistaken. All right, I have like 6 hearts. Where you at? Oh, you're getting the chest. So like, where's the best place in Hilltop to find the goblins? So I just be running around trying to look for them. Got a cache. They're everywhere a while ago. Why not Nightmare Dungeons for goblin farming? I don't feel like trying to craft a bunch of sigils and look for the one with the grease shrine in it. Doesn't really seem like my kind of thing, my kind of fun. Do you see a grease shrine? Well, yeah, of course. It looks like Endeavor's back in town. I was actually trying to get here. All right, you got some hearts? I need to get some like cinders real quick and then roam around for goblins. Go to Flurry and zigzag along the beach for goblins. How about y'all pin shot this season? For a little while. For a little bit. Really wasn't that impressed with it, to be honest. Then again, I don't think I really had too much care for pin shot in general. I don't know if I'm like just burnt out with it, because I know I played it a hell of a lot like before season 1. Like I leveled all the way to 100 when the game came out on pin shot. It was probably one of the few like wait, did I ever eat the brains? I never ate the brains. Wow, whoops. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was like one of the very few bow rogues that actually played that decided to level with not twisting blades. Yeah, man, I played like I played a hell of a lot of pin shot, man. So I don't know if I'm just kind of burnt out on it, or maybe I just don't like the skill anymore. I don't know. Barricade with a ray.
Yo, dark side.
Hey,
we just got raided, son.
Why is that playing twice?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Get a dance.
Sheezy.
Ow. What up, Barricade? Can you hear that?
Barricade
Isn't it
raided
playing
my
twice?
stream with 466 viewers.
Yeah, Echo, yeah, it's like playing twice. Yeah, I gotta figure out what's going on with that. I downloaded the new Aiden multi-stream thing, and ever since then, like my alerts kind of play twice. So I kind of need to figure out what's going on with that. The remix is kind of fire. It kind of sounded good, the double beat. Yeah, it was really interesting there. All right, let's go find some goblins, since apparently They gotta go look for stuff. I appreciate the follows, y'all. Is that yeah? See, like all my alerts are like doubling up now, so I'm gonna have to go fix that in OBS now. I guess it did kind of work itself out though. Well, yo, what's going on, Barricade? You having an early night or D4 bath? Yes, yes. D4 UB bath though. Yeah, you're right. Dude did not know he started, man. He had no idea. He was gonna start a new meta. Oh, you heard on YouTube too? Like on YouTube, it was sounding like there's a gob. Oh, there's two goblins. Oh wait, this is the third one. Hold up. Whoa, 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 whoa. You, sir. Get back here. Okay, living still. Greater treasure bag. Okay, so there's a bag inside of a bag. Got it. It is still fear treasure bag. Still fear. Malignant heart. Couple of these. Uh-oh. What happened to never? No! No! Alright. You have a good one, man. I didn't realize how late it was. I'm sorry. That's my brother. You had a good day? Yeah, I did. I actually kind of sort of went back to work-ish, at least for the after-school rehearsal portion of work. I haven't seen my students in like since like May, when they were supposed to be doing like audition, like percussion auditions or whatever. So they seemed pretty stoked to see me. It was kind of rough though. Like I was definitely in quite a bit of pain today. Going, but I felt like I wanted to try to give it a shot. Should you not been done this for goblins? Yeah, but I don't really want to like keep salvaging for like grease, for extra like grease shrines though. It's like it's only good if you can get the grease shrine, the affix or whatever. Just wrapping up for the day and back at it for the rest of the week. Missing you guys since Blizz HQ. Can't wait for the next meetup. Yo, I'm still sad about, you know, the no Blizzcon thing. Like the best part about BlizzCon last, you know, year was you know, hanging out with peeps. Oh, let me actually open the bag. I didn't even open the bags. I guess I can do some nightmare dungeons, sure. Oh, ancestral. What build am I on right now? Just a rapid fire setup. It's got a pretty mediocre gear overall. But definitely a couple of nice pieces though. Iced coffee was good. I thought you built Heartseeker build Zaki on Max. Just curious. Doombringer Shaco thoughts. Doombringer will make you tougher, but you'll do less damage. But that's kind of what a Doombringer does, right? You're exchanging something for something. Shaco's not bad. Shaco's not bad. I think if you build around it, you can make Shaco work if you would like. Although you will kind of have to kind of do like some necro tempers to really make that shine. So that will kind of be up to you whether or not you want to build that way. Shaco over cow. I mean, if you want, I don't think you can like just put like Shaco into the current build on Maxroll and it perform the same. Like a cow will be better than Shaco with the way that it's currently built there. Like you have to build it differently if you're gonna go Shaco. Yeah, iced coffee, you're welcome. I just realized something. Yeah, I have two whatchamacallits. Let me actually fix that real quick. Number dungeons for goblins is not bad. If you kind of agree shrine to get goblins, they usually drop glyphs with the extra shrine when you kill them. Okay. Oh yeah, hold on. I gotta fix my thing. We'll do edge masters here. Oh, whoops. For anyone, would you prioritize repeating over edge masters on amulets from a rapid fire build? I honestly think repeating on like a glove or a ring or a one-hand weapon is enough. Honestly. But you can do whatever. Wait, I need to grab that. Ring saw of scoundrels. Oh, okay. Sounds rapid fire. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess mostly. I think like in hordes though, it's hard to not want to do repeating just because like things are so scattered that having like the additional arrows kind of fly out actually helps. For scoundrels, do you go for higher aspect over higher affix rolls, like rank projectiles? Projectiles I don't really too much care about because like you can get a low roll of that and your scout hunter will kind of fill in the rest. So it's more so about rapid fire ranks versus rapid fire affix, and that's always kind of a hard choice because you have so many ranks already as well that like each rank obviously is worth less. So I mean, it just really depends on like how the rolls roll. If you use necro tempers with Shaco, you basically need beast wall. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's a whole different setup. Maybe choose a multiplier over repeating anyways. I wouldn't do that in hordes, honestly. I've played rapid fire in hordes without repeating. It's just like you notice a difference. Now if you're doing like pit pushing, then sure. You can definitely scrap repeating and be fine, but I think if you're doing hordes, those extra arrows, venturing out definitely do matter. If your Heartseeker pants roll a chance to daze, are they still fine to use? Yeah. What were you trying to roll? I assume smoke grenade reduction, cooldown reduction. Guess all this there. He was hitting 600k today on the Heartseeker. It was wild. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, well, I mean, you're gonna freeze anyway on Heartseeker with your cold and cold and imbued Heartseeker. So like, you're fine. But yeah. I mean, if you got a chance of days, it's fine. It's not ruined. I wish the treasure bag and the greater treasure bag were like a different color. I have to really look. Make sure like I'm not picking up things I don't want to pick up. Or loot filters. That too. Apparently they said that they don't have any plans for that. So it's kind of like, okay. Chico, what did you want for settings? Sorry. Or what were you looking for in terms of settings? So basically, we just have to keep asking. Well, maybe. I would have thought that by now they would know that that's what we would want. But I guess they feel differently apparently. I mean, what would the Flute Filter even say? Only show me amulets with frigid finesse and you never see anything drop. For some people, that's kind of what they want. Like, they may not want to see an amulet unless it's that. So like, that sort of is kind of the point of the loot filter. So you're not seeing a bunch of drops drop that you don't care about. At some point, you don't even need the mask anymore or whatnot. And if you do, you can just turn the loot filter off. It's probably a better dopamine hit having a ton of garbage drop every time you kill or open something. Yeah, but you're right. But I do think that like at some point you do kind of become numb to it. Like if a lot of stuff always drops all the time, it's only exciting when it first happens, and then it just kind of just becomes your expectation, and you're just like you're numb to it. I know, like in like let's say for instance in Diablo 3, that's how it was for me. Like, stuff drops so much that you just expect it. So you're not even excited about the drops because you know it's mostly trash because so much of it drops. And therefore, it has to be pretty much trash because of how much it drops. Right. Just got home from work. Is this event even good? I hear that it is. People are telling me to do Nightmare Dojo, so I'll do that next. How bad is Heartseeker if I don't have plus skills in the mandatory section of the Maxroll guide? I mean, I wouldn't say it's bad, but like plus skills to any plus ranks to any skills on any build that you're using is gonna always be pretty beneficial in general. It's not just Heartseeker, like any skill. Like you're playing Rapid Fire, you're gonna want ranks to Rapid Fire in your glove, right? Gonna cook up an Andy's pin shot, time to break your rug. Last question: is penitent greed something that can be considered for the chill damage multiplier? You never see it mentioned. Believe it or not, it's actually mentioned in my Heartseeker guide. For a little while, I actually did run it as like the main thing, because of the fact that it's, you know, the chill multiplier is the same thing as frostbitten basically at the end of the day. So yeah. So certainly you can do it there. You run penitent. I guess if you're neat, they are. I think that slot is basically you know, kind of whatever you want to do sort of thing. You got penitent grease if you want, beast fall if you're running lower on energy, or you want to do like a Shaco variant, like those kind of things. Simplicity. Appreciate the prime. I gotta figure out how to get rid of that echo though. I downloaded this new ADM 8. Is it ADM? Sorry, ADM extension for like multi-stream or whatever, and like I'm having such a like rough time. Not such a rough time, sorry. It's like much easier to like set my stream up and whatnot, but like there's still little quirks and kinks like that one that exists. I'm showing them on multiple platforms. Yeah, I've been doing Twitch and YouTube in the recent. Is that hydrate? You should have followed. Our chats combined, they're not. So my chat, I have like my YouTube chat is on one monitor, my Twitch chat is on another monitor, so it does get a little hard to keep up with. Now you can combine chats if you want, but the problem is that Twitch doesn't like that. The only reason why Twitch is allowing us to multi-stream like that with, you know, alongside YouTube is to not, you know, have it in the same chat. Now, of course, the bigger streamers do it. So before someone says, "Oh, well, whatchamacallit doesn't," and then I'll get in trouble. That's kind of, I mean, that's kind of true, but at the same time, there are bigger streamers, so they do, you know, there's interest to not necessarily ban all of your big streamers who are choosing to do so, you know, because, you know, money for the platform. But like, if you're a relatively smaller streamer, in which Twitch probably doesn't really care about, you're probably more prone for a ban for that. So I just don't bother trying to combine my chats and take the risk. Now, if I was like, you know, if I had like, you know, 4,000, you know, plus concurrent viewers, then sure, you know, the hell with the rules. But here's how that works. I mean, that's just kind of like, I mean, that's just, you know, I don't see it any different than like real life, right? You know, you have people with, you know, X amount of money, or, you know, that kind of bend the rules because, you know, money talks. It's kind of really no different in this case scenario. It's just stream, right? As everything else, the rules don't apply to it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how that kind of goes. Peach is like, I mean, it is, you know, it is what it is. Alright, I'm gonna do some nightmare dungeons. He said he's not a big streamer. Chat, the kick is a lie. I am not. Until I can reach partner plus level 2, I would not consider myself a big streamer. I'll put it this way. Until I can live off of streaming, then I would not consider myself a big streamer. I think that's kind of that point where it's like, can you actually pay bills and save money, streamer? If the answer is yes, on a consistent basis, then you are quote unquote considered a I don't say big streamer, but you get what I'm saying. But you know what though? I will say this though. I'll be 100% transparent. I can pay bills for the first month of every season. I do good enough for the first month of every season. I'm gonna say every season. Season 4, like the first month of season 4, like that was a banger. Like, you know, legit. I could literally just like, you know. Well, I mean, I was smiling, paying my bills. I was like, bro, I got it, bro. You want your money, bro? I got you, sir. I'll even pay you early. Paying you early, sir. Know what I'm saying? Because we did good this month. We did good this month, sir. But only for the first month of the season, though. It's like that. Yep, first month of the season so far, which is, I mean, it's a big step up. It's a big step up, right? I mean, obviously, it used to be no months were like that, but for the first month of every season, like this month, for instance, like the month of August, our channel did good, stream wise, YouTube wise, videos wise. It was a very successful month, one where I can legit, you know, pay for, you know, everything, all the necessities, but it all goes downhill the next next month. All that goes away next month, and then expansion comes out, right? And then it might happen for another month, right? And it's like, all right, cool. You know, we good that month. We eating pretty good that month, and then, you know, what character is that? Rogue. Minutes asking if I love can pay bill. 1/4 of the way to becoming a big streamer. Yeah, I mean, if my lows were as good as my highs, man, yeah, we'd be set. Only die is happy with the shortened season. Bryce, what's going on? I'm happy I found your stream. It's cool seeing all the theory crafting, how your mind works to get bills to work. Thanks, man. I'll often try to take the fun factor path sometimes, or most times. Like, for instance, the whole like shadow imbuement with Heartseeker or whatnot. Like, I think fun factor was definitely on the forefront with that setup. Am I feeling mostly okay? Mostly okay. There's a Goblin event. Everywhere actually. Everywhere except in front of hordes. I have not seen one yet in this Nightmare dungeon, but when I get a shrine, I'll see some gobs, I assume. Also, my sigil probably didn't have the free shrine thingy either, so. How am I liking the Goblin event? I kind of wish, I think I made this comment last time they did the Goblin event. I really wish that the treasure bags would would be a different colors. Like the fact that the rare treasure, like the smaller treasure bag, is like the same color as like a rare item, and the big treasure bag is the same color as a legendary item. Like it makes it hard to kind of see. And I guess I wouldn't have mind, honestly, if it was that color, if loot also didn't drop from the bag. So it all gets kind of mixed up in there. So like that's a quality of life I would have liked, because then I have to like stop and like really sift through things. No item filter in yellow treasure bag was troll. It's so hard to see, man. It really is. Like same thing with like the profane mine cage, right? Like you can't really see those. Like the only reason why like you know that exists because the mini map has a little leaf on it, and you're just like, oh damn, I forgot something there. Otherwise, you know how many brains would we have missed on the ground by now? Without the leaf, I would never. Yeah, man. Like you would have never know they drop. PC players are so lucky. The console players have to pick up all the loot. You can't hover over what you want to pick up. Yeah, that also kind of sucks. Yeah, that's true. Although I will say, even hovering over it sometimes, you know, if it's all stacked, you know, it can be kind of rough. But I mean, nowhere near as difficult as, you know, someone on controller. So I feel you. They should have put goblins and hordes that drop ether. Oh, aether, yeah. Yeah. I think the idea is to get us out of the Infernal Horde. As you. That's what you get for playing controller / console. Wow. Okay. I mean, that was gonna happen anyway. I just did. I didn't expect the explodey part to happen as it did. Hey, get your Heartseeker a triple shot like that. I'm running his ass setup, but only single shot. So I'm running rapid fire right now. And so the rapid fire has Sky Hunter naturally, and the Sky Hunter will have marksman projectiles. Same. But yeah, so like, yeah, so you should have it because the chance for marksman projectiles to cast twice is on the Sky Hunter. So like it should naturally shoot out more arrows. It should just be 2 basically. And then yeah, that's it. Like everyone can afford a PC or let alone have room for one. I think the thing is though, like when you think about it overall though, like chances are you're probably gonna be doing more like work or more overall stuff on a PC than like, let's say, your console. So like having the PC that can do like everything. Now, I'm not saying like it has to be super high end. We're not talking about like 3,000 or 3K setup or whatnot. But I think like an okay monitor on an okay PC that also can do other things you needed to do would be kind of the equivalent of like a PS5 on like a 4K TV. Nah. We're definitely gonna say PC Master Race around here. Although I don't dislike consoles by any means. But yeah, I mean mostly we joke when we say that though. We're not trying to hate on anyone who has a console. My older brother, by the way, used to be a console gamer until I converted him over. He used to, I mean, just completely love some console, right? Just stop being poor. Honestly, I think it depends. Like if you're not 100% into having like the latest PC item or PC accessory or like that, you can actually kind of hold on to a decent PC for a while. Like through maybe 2 console generations. Well, okay, no, that's a stretch. Not 2 console generations, not really. I mean, I guess every time you would buy a new console, you would pretty much need to probably upgrade at least 1 or 2 parts in your PC. You kind of want to keep up with the latest games. But yeah, you would need to. But it is depending on what games you're trying to play though too. There is a let's see. I probably need to look at my sigils here. Oh, extra shrines. Okay. Go find extra shrines. Quick killer. Extra shrines. So I guess extra shrines is what we want of all these. I can't do that one. I can do this one. Saw someone melting tea with pin shot victimized. I think I might have seen that same video, but that council kill was very interesting because the first 2 councils that he killed, like it was like pretty quick, and then the last council took like a minute and a half. And I'm just like, oof. Like I was looking at it and I was like, awesome, right? And I was like, oh no. No. I mean, I guess the only reason why I really say PC in general is just because it's going to do multiple things. Like generally speaking, those who has a console also probably have a PC or a laptop of some sort in which they do other things with. Like you're not gonna browse the internet on your console. I guess you can browse the internet on the phone, which I guess is a fair point. But oh, victimize is fixed for the expansion. I just want to level up with Heartseeker. Well, I mean, I think leveling up with Heartseeker is no different now than it was last season. I mean, kind of can't really do it unless you have Moonrise and adaptability anyways first. I won't say you can't do it, put it that way. You can with it, like if you choose to temper. Or if you can temper early, but it'll be just significantly worse than other leveling builds on Rogue. Unless you have Moonrise and that ability already from a different character. Victimize won't change that fact. But what victimize will change is the fact that we don't have to necessarily keep the close quarters combat all the freaking time. That'd be kind of a nice quality of life change. What up, pretentious parents?
I need time to do that.
But yeah, same thing, Clax and Nax. I mean, Flurry pretty much melts C8 as well. Like Hordes, in front of Hordes here. Like Flurry's actually phenomenal at that. It's just when you get to the council bosses that it kind of takes a bit. Right? Which is unfortunate, because Flurry feels really good during the waves. It really does. Like, we're talking about like versus everything, like including like Eighth of Lords or whatever. It's like, yeah, it holds its own, and then you get to the councils, and you're just like, damn it. Someone linked the triple star Shaco in chat, and you're upset. Apparently, my pet ain't picking up the this stuff. You crafted 8 Starless Skies last night and got 3 GAs, 2 lucky hit, 1 extra core skill. What up, boy? I think I'm gonna need your help at some point. Well, it depends on what happens next week. Actually, when is the Mother's Blessing thing in? Is it like today or tomorrow? Tomorrow-ish. Need to get on that druid. What's my build? This is rapid fire. Nothing too out of the ordinary about it. How's a Goblin rate in Nightmare Dungeons? I mean, so far it's been kind of like 1 per dungeon so far. I don't have the, I have the extra shrines, but I don't have the grease shrine. So consoles aren't 1,000 anymore. Chrome, appreciate the follow. For sure, I must have not had to mine good because my freeze doesn't go off as often. DSC, appreciate the follow. That play another class and channel points has you in stitches. Do you want to know the math behind that? Sendotaku. So Area, who literally is like a god at math. I forgot what he studied. He's like a doctor. He has a doctorate in something math related or whatever. But anyways, yeah. So he did the math and term, and in order for you to redeem, make me play another class, you will have to watch my stream 8 hours a day while subbed for 10 years, which means that you have to literally do it for 1 whole lifetime, die, resurrect, do it again 9 more times, and then you will have enough points to redeem that. Now, here's a catch. Here's a catch. Now, if you find a way to be able to resurrect yourself, there's an issue, because I have to live also 9 more lifetimes. So someone has to resurrect me 9 more times to stream again for 10 more lifetimes in order for you to redeem that. So it's a pretty tough challenge, I think. It's a pretty tough challenge. So, I mean, if anybody's up for the challenge, you know. But the idea was to make it literally impossible. But I think who was it that said challenge accepted some time back? Or just pay a dirty mod to give channel voice. Do I know if victimized explosions will trigger pain gorges? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I can like double, triple, quadruple check, but I remember when I was messing around with it, I didn't see that it did. Because if it did, honestly, if it did, I think victimized would be the play right now. Even if it's like it's in this nerf state for the most part, I think if it did trigger pain gorgers, it would be better than close quarters combat for sure. And Killmore's like, I am the closest to that for the amount of points. This also assumes the mods don't enable a Gamba. Oh yeah, like prediction points or whatever. Build clone, nice or no. Clone doesn't do any damage, so you can't really build around clone. But I mean, you can use clone as an ultimate to kind of get like perma unstoppable. So if you don't like, getting CC by the mobs all the time. But yeah, the Couch's dagger aspect is great. For pain gorgers, I was actually gonna do a little bit of that tonight, believe it or not. I was gonna mess around with some stuff. I was gonna remove smoke grenade and like remove just regular traps at some point, like cow traps, and like throw like some poison trap in there for fun. So I'm gonna like mess around with some stuff just cause. And yet you're gonna play Druid for free. Something like that. KVax, what's going on? What's going on, man? I might miss the answer, but am I gonna do Spirit Worm before Rogue next season? I don't know. Most likely, but I don't know. Is Zandaria Rogue still good? Yeah, of course. Nothing happened to it. It's still fantastic. We'll farm mod Ubers for 290 million. You said your great grandchildren would do it. If I can add a new skill for Rogue, what would it be? That's actually a good question. I kind of want to see something like somewhat of like a shuriken, maybe. But Rogue kind of needs more melee skills, though. I don't know. Because you only got 2. But technically, dash and shadow step are considered cutthroat skills, but they're not like, But personally, I would like to see like a shuriken skill, something that kind of like has like a trajectory, that kind of has to, be. Yeah, I didn't want to say Chakram Picha because like I knew people were gonna say Diablo 3, so I was trying to pick a different name for it. But essentially, yes, like chakrams. But I would say Shuriken in terms of the name because of, rogue, assassin-ish kind of thing. All right, give me a sec, guys. Let me spend 2 hours. Let me walk around, take a small break, so my body can, not hurt. Make it a boomerang, maybe. Okay. He said make it a boomerang. No, I think I read that already. Any thoughts on playing around with the Tyrael-less Heartseeker? Build with Tabots and burst in the chest. So I've tried this already. I mean, Tabots will would be like. I mean, if you think about Tabots will is a 20% multiplier, right? That's kind of all it really offers you. Sure, you get some unstoppable for a short period of time, but it's like, why not just throw an aspect on instant at that point? And then you kind of lose things you might want, which means that your chest has to make up for like maybe armor or stuff. Like on rapid fire, I guess you can kind of make that work-ish, but then you have to go like shadow step the somewhere instead of dash, which I guess is fine. Like you look at Boss Will, everything else is kind of like not good. The all stats is not good. Health is fine, but maximum source and damage reduction, while unstoppable, isn't consistent enough. I don't know. Like I said, since it's only 20, if it was 40%, sure. But because they nerfed it some time ago, it's just kind of like, yeah. Using precision pin shot build and focus gear over crit damage. I'm at 2k now. It's not the route to maximize damage. Less close quarters combat or close quarters victimize. We have a setup on Maxroll you can for sure check out. Maximizing damage on pin shot is more so about making sure that you can hit a lot of things in a straight line. So like I think maximizing and getting pulls basically to happen, like being able to pull things to like a pretty tight ball is kind of how you shot. I feel like Soul Brand is a better non-Tyrael unique option. Haven't even looked at Soul Brand actually. I don't even know if I kept one. Foul Shroud, Scoundrel's Leathers. I guess with all this talk here, I think I actually do want to hop on Heartseeker for a bit and just mess around with different things. I know these are like going to be inferior options, but I guess I'm at the point where I just kind of want to have some fun. So I was like, why not? I've been having fun this entire time. Like now it's kind of like, let's do options that I probably normally wouldn't consider. Almost impossible for you to find a decent necklace. Yeah, I mean, finding like a good amulet is like an end game in itself. Would love to see you make the pin shot build other than the Maxroll one that's available. You don't like the Maxroll one by chance or not? I know it's like the Maxroll one is like really involving, but it does make sense for a build like that. Is there any point to Mother's Gift after your max level season? Free compasses basically. Okay, so what do I want to do? What's the best rogue build for T8 Horde? I would say Andariel. But Andariel is the best. You can get through like easily with, I won't say easily, but you can get through Heartseeker and Rapid Fire, and not take any more time in terms of like being able to kill the T8 councils easily. But Andariel is just gonna have superior AoE in general, out making it a lot easier to be able to handle T8. Okay, so let's see. What do I want to do first? Actually, appreciate the follow. Yeah, update my build in Maxroll, please. I have 6 of them. Which one are you talking about, sir? I think all of them actually have been updated for a while. You said Heartseeker with rapid fire. I mean, what's wrong with it by chance? Or yeah, I guess yeah. So I guess what's missing there? Honest question, by the way. Like if you looked at the Heartseeker with rapid fire variant, like what did you see that was wrong with it by chance? I mean, that's the one that I played like the most. Honestly, I don't never really care for puncture. In fact, the video on the guide is actually Heartseeker rapid fire. What was I going to do? I'll need to change my sword out too for this one. Yeah, because Caltrap size. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. It's not as good as this dagger though, but Kimmy, this was going on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch to the sword in order to make it happen. Because I'm following rapid fire build, but the one in Maxroll is with puncture. Did you look at the progression steps? Because not only is the video guide Heartseeker, but there's a Heartseeker variant in the progression steps in the Maxroll guide. So you could do either or. I purposely made sure that variant was there. So if you want to check again under progression steps and look at all the tabs and look all the way to the right, the last tab, you'll see Heartseeker rapid fire.
All right, traveler.
You're welcome. New Barrage progression is Barrage progression is infinitely more fun than the old one. I don't find combo points fun at all. And the preparation was way more fun, way more enjoyable to play. I personally do like combo points, but I do feel like combo points from Barrage isn't nearly as much fun. But initially, with the way that we thought the totem was gonna work, it would have made sense, but it didn't. It just ended up not working that way. From PTR, so it was definitely time for me to change it. The hard part, I think, was really just getting finding a way to make it different from Andario's spam Barrage, right? Like, I mean, I think that was kind of the hardest part. How do I, because you're spamming the same skill, but how do I make it unique enough to where it doesn't feel like the same thing? And I don't think a single person came to me and said, "Oh, this is just Andy's without the poison," that kind of thing. Like no one said that so far, which makes me believe that I think I was successful in making it different enough where people weren't, Can you make a guide to get there so I can watch how to get there? Yeah, these things shoot pretty far. I didn't realize how far these things shoot. Like, I mean, I know they shot outside the circle. I just didn't know how far outside the circle they shot. Like, hold on, let me see. Okay, so that's just a little too far. How to get to go to triple shot? It's the Tyrio's Might proc. A little 2 extra like white projectiles. How do you get that out on your rogue's looks class? That was actually a season 3 battle pass item. Wait, do these pierce? Yo, they pierce. Yo, I didn't know they pierce.
Yo, dark side. We just got raided, son.
The double, what you
know
call
how we
it?
do.
Sorry.
Drop my new beat for these
Appreciate it.
viewers. Sheezy.
Ow. Yeah, there's an echo right now on all of my whatchamacallits. I have to fix that later.
My stream 40 views.
I appreciate the raid. I hope everything's doing well. Doing well with you. Yeah. I thought about trying this Sanjakama. I just never like I think after a certain point I just never got around to it. I was like, oh, this is good enough. And then yeah. I guess also pretty much fully buff is actually not terrible damage either. But you don't want Caltrops duration that slows to 8. Oh, okay. That I didn't know either. That's why I actually did put on the Caltrop size this time. The Caltrop size sword. How goes the legend? You guys think I'm at that status now? You think we're there yet? How does cunning stratagem work? Cunning stratagem. So if you go to combo points, right? Cunning stratagem. Just pick a board. Your non-combo point bonuses are increased by 33%, right? So when you look at combo points, right? Every skill has a secondary bonus when you do combo points with them, right? So let's take Barrage, for example, right? So the first one is 1 point, right? You gain extra damage. You see right there, 26%. Well, not 26% damage, but it goes from 22 to 26%. And then the second part is 6 arrows. And then the next part, the 2 combo points, the next one is 7 arrows, the next one's 8 arrows. So the second part is the non-combo, is the non-damage one. So that means for Barrage, that's 33% more arrows. For Rapid Fire, same thing. For Pen Shot, it's more lucky hit chance, the second portion of it. Flurry is more attack speed. Twisting Blaze is more movement speed. Does that make sense? I know it's not really explained well, but that's literally like most of this game in general. Appreciate the follows, by the way. I'm a legend in your book. Well, I appreciate the compliments. It's been an interesting season. We've been able to put out several videos and guides and things. There's some testing. I think it applies deadly ambush on mobs hit too, but need further investigation. Dude, seriously? Yo, get on that. Get on that. I may not do the testing right now, but get on that. Because if so, I'm probably dropping Frostbitten from that spot. Because I mean, bruh. That's insane. That would be insane if it did. would you play Inner Sight for pin shot build with the aspect that increases damage by 100%? You mean True Shot? No, because what ends up happening is that every time your energy is full, there are no marks, so you don't get the 100% crit damage bonus most of the time, or I'm gonna say, well, I would say a chunk of the time. Yeah, so it only works when there's a mark there. So when you have full energy and you proc it, you no longer have a mark, which is counterintuitive. I don't know why they did it that way. I thought it was really silly that that's the route that they took with it. It's your Heartseeker is viable for T7, T8 plus. It's hard to get like knee triple master work. No, not necessarily. I mean, I don't really think it's that gear dependent, to be honest with you. What I will say is that because, you know, it is a little harder to kind of get decent AoE out of it. Like understanding that and like positioning yourself well with, you know, decent rain of arrow coverage, the proc your pain gorges can be a bit of a challenge. But that's more so of just learning to play the build versus the build needing to be perfect. That makes sense. Your Twist and Blaze has been fun to play. Oh, that's good. You said BBK Shadow is like a rogue. I'm happy. Legend Oxide. Rososa, and I did not cook the Andes fish. Oof. That's not what I wanted to hear, man. Lil Nance, I'm sorry. It's great to see you. You came in to visit your hubby this morning. Oh, hi convert. Yeah, okay. Yeah. He has really cool vibes, man. I was just kind of like looking at like recommended streamers on the side or whatever, and like I recognize his name. I'm like, I recognize that name, and I didn't believe I wasn't like, I mean, not recommended. Like I already followed him or whatever like that. But I was looking down on the chat, and I'm just like, yeah, I recognize his name. So I clicked on it and I was like sitting here for a bit, and I'm like, this is good stuff, man. And yeah, I was just hey, yeah, it's cool. He said he's pretty okay in your book too. That's what you're supposed to say, right? That is cool. Also forgot to yeah, I gotta cow trap more often now though. Now that I know that it's doing the thing. Taku, appreciate the gift the sub. Is Twitch being mean to you? Dave. My breakpoint's all off right now because I forgot to put my potion that I normally run with this. Also, my energy consumption is way higher for some reason. But it's funny though, Sanjakumo, I actually wanted an excuse to not use Caltrap's duration because I like the size so much better, honestly. I really do. I don't care what the data shows. I kind of like. I really kind of like having the size. The aspect should be changed to when you have inner sight runners. Yeah, that would make so much more sense. Ow. Gotta head to bed. It was great to see you on. Have a fantastic stream. Thank you. Thank you for the raid in. Say your husband I say hi. Or, well, good night. Fire response, Hellborn. Well, we have... I mean, we have Hell... Fire, don't we? I think so. Yeah, what's with all the ballistas right now? That's just so satisfying. I'll never get tired of not hearing shadow and explosions. Be sure to follow. I'm level 92. You think I'm ready for Andorio Tormented? At level 92? Well, I guess it depends. Is this your first character of the season, or is this like a side character with already with like 2 or 3 uber uniques or whatever? Like a Shadow Ninja with Heartseeker is really fun for you. A first character, then no. No. You don't want to fight Tormented Andorio at 92 in your first character. Not unless you are pretty decked out and got everything that you need already. Which at level 92, I mean, it's possible, but highly unlikely. Zoomed in. I'm about to do a next run. What do you think you need? Well, that's a pretty broad question. I don't know, like, what character you're playing. I don't know what build you're playing. Like, that's like saying, hey, I have a car. I want it to go faster. What do I need? Like, it's kind of like, I need a little more details. I wasn't paying attention. I got a CC locked right there. I tested desecrator damage. Not on purpose. I have gotten hit by desecrator and not get one tap. So I guess that's a plus. My sword doesn't have the primary thing that it should have. But this is kind of a test sword. So my energy consumption is a little rough at the moment. Dodge. I'm like really rusty. The playing rapid fire playstyles are so different. I don't have my whatchamacallit. Might have to roll that on there. Like real quick, like in between the runs. It's like I feel it. I feel it when I don't have it. But yeah, I mean, Andorio is like a level 200 boss. So just kind of just, well, sorry, Tormented any boss is like a level 200 boss. So this is kind of one of those things where, I mean, if you want to challenge, don't get me wrong. Like if you want to challenge yourself and see if you can do it, I am all about that, sir. I am all about that. But just know that it's going to be really difficult. You said Emerald doesn't matter about attack power. Oof. Okay. Unfortunately, attack power is a pretty fixed stat in this game. Doesn't really matter. I would not go fight Tormented and Doriel right now. Don't do it. For sure, don't do it. If you're following a guide, I will continue to follow that guide to get yourself geared up pretty well and then go back. What about normal? I mean, you can, but I will honestly just save your mats for Tormented, to be honest with you, because you're gonna want that spark anyway. What up, the booty? All these are terrible. Challenge me to a game of rock, paper, scissors. I'm actually pretty bad at that game, to be honest with you. I'm pretty sure I have a losing record at the moment. I guess anyone I've ever challenged. Oh, are you kidding me? I should have taken the first two deaths more seriously. I kind of do actually like the cow trap thing. I guess I really won't be able to see it now because I have to zoom in. Not goblin farming. I was a little bit earlier, but I kind of lost interest. I don't like the whole idea of like. I guess the whole idea of like trying to like fiddle around and pick up the yellow treasure bag and then the legendary treasure bag that gets mixed in between. I know it sounds lazy, but I really don't feel like siphoning through all that each time I kill a goblin. And then after the bag, open the bag to realize there's nothing in the bag. That's worthwhile. Like when you kill the goblin, it's all of what's worthwhile. Like the bag itself is never really worthwhile at all. So it's just kind of like you kill the goblin, you grab your boss mask, and then you kind of move on, I guess. But I guess I don't really need the boss mask right now. But yeah, like I'm not really. I guess I have the mythics I need. I guess I'm not really going for any GA mythics at the moment. I don't know. Maybe I'll change my mind tomorrow or something. But now I gotta play zoomed in via Peach's redeem. With that GA Shaco cooldown. That's fair. How have you been goblin farming? Debuting. It seems like my YouTube chat it's like stuck. I haven't seen anyone say anything in a while. I'm assuming that the chat got stuck again. Okay, so it works. Okay, YouTube chat's working. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure. Most of the sigils that drop are extra shrine ones, so pop and go. Actually, so like the other one, it feels so much more intense than it really is. It's actually quite hard, to do. Zoomed in looks like torture. Why would you make it that an option? It's fun for the viewers. I'm a newcomer, so the goblins have been great. Fair. Been looking for a couple of nights here, and we see love the guys and content. Do you think Andy's Flurry or regular Flurry in-game build is just better? I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the Andy's Flurry is probably a little more fun to play because you don't have to, like, you can just always pick the teleport Flurry with Andy's Flurry because your Flurry damage doesn't matter at all. So like teleport Flurry is, always the way to go. Whereas on like regular Flurry, you kind of need the other passive, because like the stacking damage passive, because you just need it to do, to deal more damage. Sorry. Both of them are fun, but I think Andy's Flurry might be a little bit more fun, to be honest. Redeem. I mean, you're welcome. But yeah, I mean, regular in-game Flurry can definitely clear T7 really easy. But yeah, I'd probably build more towards the Endario side, to be honest. Why are we zoomed in? It was a redeem. Chat told me to zoom in, play a while zoomed in, so that is what we're gonna do. Or T7? Did you want T6 or T5? I probably could, but, do it in T8, but I have to like literally ignore chat the entire time until like it's over. And you know how it goes. You'll get that one or two guys that will type something in chat, and if I didn't respond in like 2.5 minutes, he'll regret that he subbed. We can't be having that, right? When am I gonna push pit? Never. Never. I am anti-pit. Nah, but seriously though, like I find pit a really boring activity. And the idea of me having to fish for Spirit Caller and kind of hope that, like, the ads spawn in the right areas in my favor, the amount of RNG is just not what I find fun. the moment. I really feel like they can do a better job with that. Is it unfortunate? I guess. I mean, it is. Or I find it unfortunate. Like I like Pit in terms of like speed pits or whatever, but with literally every boss except Spirit Caller pretty much being unplayable for like the highest of highest push, it's just a weird thing. And then it also kind of makes for like dull content too, right? Like, you know, someone say, hey, did you see the guy who cleared like a 193? And it's kind of like, let me guess, he went from elite to kill, right? And then he got Spirit Caller, and it took him like 11 minutes to kill. Is that spot on what happened in the video? And the answer is well, yes. How did you know? Well, I think you go high. You're like one of the most mechanically skilled rogues by far. I appreciate it. I don't know, man. It's just like I used to do a lot of pushing in Diablo 3, like GR pushing. I would normally do like
Shut up and take my money.
Juggernaut cheer Dex 300. Juggernaut cheer Dex 300.
Okay, I think I know why the echo's happening. Now that I heard the other sound effect in that, I know what's happening. Yeah, I used to do a lot of like rank 1 world Demon Hunter pushes in like Diablo 3, and I hated fishing then. Like I hated the aspect of fishing. But what I did like though, the one thing I did like in Diablo 3 though, is that when you did finally find the right map with you know, all the modifications and all that stuff, like once you find the right situation, it was fun. Like it was fun to execute because you had to, and don't get me wrong, I hated pylons and like that kind of thing, like conduit, like carrying the stuff. But I think what I liked about it is the strategy. Like, you know, sure, you found the right situation, but now you have to perform. Now you have to perform it. You have to gather everything. You have to make sure the mobs are following you. You gotta make sure you don't get hit while you're doing all of that. Gotta make sure you don't go too far into the rift because you don't want it to, you know, basically show all your spawn spots, because otherwise the pylon won't spawn when and where you want. There's a lot of strategy for like high level GR pushing in a sense. So like performing the right scenario was a lot of fun after you fished for it and hated your life for a couple of hours until you got the right scenario, right? Whereas in D4, I feel like not only is the, you know, fish not fun, which the fish would never be fun, no matter what activity it is, fishing would never ever actually be fun. But when you get the right scenario, I also don't think it's fun. That makes sense. So I'm not really enticed to do it, fortunately. And again, it's nothing against the players at all, right? But it all looks the same. Every video, every every video, how they do it, the strategy. It's kind of like speed farming until you get to the pit boss, which the pit boss is challenging. Don't get me wrong. Like I actually think the pit boss is challenging and that's fun, but there's only one pit boss we get to fight, so it's just kind of like unfortunate. It's like, oh, it's just the same pit boss, and it's just like, oof. You know what I mean? Like it's just like I don't know. I don't know. Like I feel like the players deserve better. Like we deserve a lot better than the current state of the pit. We deserve a lot better than the current state of the gauntlet too. You know what I mean? Like I feel like with better examples, hell, like Diablo Immortal did it better. Like in general, like Diablo Immortal's like challenge rifting or whatever like that, it was done pretty well. Like I actually thought that was actually pretty decently done. Diablo 3 did it better. It's just, I don't want to say it's embarrassing, but it's like, man, you have examples that you could have kind of picked up on and be like, you know, yeah, it's like, you know, like if you're gonna somewhat copy and paste something from a previous game, at least take the good parts from it. Take the good parts from it, right? Like you know, continue to you know what I mean? Like I'm just kind of baffled at the moment. Like even this though, like from season 4 to season 5, how did Pip become worse? How did you go backwards? You know what I'm saying? Like you had AOZ, which was interesting, and it's like, okay, first iteration, that's fine. You know, we'll kind of let it slide. It's your first iteration. And then the, you know, from AOZ to the pit was an upgrade, you know, mostly, right? And then you had season 5 pit, and we were just like, bro, what happened? Like, what happened, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, what happened? What's going on, man? That's why I hope like the Dark Citadel is like a lot of fun. The underworld or the under something is fun. I don't know. Inferno Hordes is actually a lot of fun, which is why I played it a lot. Like Inferno Hordes gives you a way of, you know, obviously there's a ceiling that you reach in which when your character's strong enough, you know, you don't really feel that challenge anymore on some classes. But I like the gameplay of it, which is why I do it so much. Undercity, okay, yeah, there it is. I feel what the devs need to be doing with all these new things we can do in game feels like PoE, where they just keep adding stuff and keeping what works. Like we had AOZ that took us away, gave us Piss, gave us Juice, Helltide, Horrors, now getting Citadel and Undercity, and a lot of choices of things to do. Yeah, I mean, I you know, hopefully one of those things tend to kind of stick in terms of things that players can kind of, you know, use to test their, you know, test their characters and things. You won't finish the zoomed in showcase? I'm almost done, sir. I got like 4 more minutes. No. Inferno Horse is the best side activity they've done so far. I agree. I agree. Hey, Willio's back. What's going on, man? Yeah, but I think unlike Diablo 3, where sometimes I kind of did feel forced to kind of do, you know, push like GRs just because it was like the thing to do in a sense. And you know, I enjoyed it mostly whenever I, you know, got the clear, or, you know, good maps or good situations or whatever. I think in D4, I just don't feel like I'm gonna do that to myself, where like I feel obligated to do it. I'm not gonna be like Rax per se, where I kind of just, you know, go like the more purely casual. I'm gonna say purely casual route, but more so like not the ultra try hard that I would sometimes be in D3. Is like on life, is like on hit, life per hit. I keep using life per hit, but I can only see life on hit in the fix. Well, because it's such a low value. So I mean, it works, but you have to understand like how low of a value of life on hit we get from gear. compared to your actual amount of like HP, right? Like a lot of times your life on hit is like what? Like you get like what 12, 13 or somewhere in that range, right? And like, but you have like 30k HP, so like it's really difficult to kind of see that value unless you have a skill that ticks like a jillion times. At the dinner, my wife asked if I can clear the table. I need to run and start, but you made it. Legions are a joke. They need to weigh up the difficulty. Yeah. Ironically enough, legions are basically raids, right? Kind of, in a sense. Like they're designed like a raid. But yeah, I agree. Like, just in general, like open world activities in general kind of need that treatment. I kind of really like this Sanjakuma. I kind of didn't really get a chance to really see how it really worked this well this run because I was zoomed in, so I had no idea what the trap was doing. But I like the idea of it, so I think I kind of want to play around with this some more. I almost like it enough to like possibly like remove Tyrion's Might for it. Like maybe I can remove Tyrion's Might and just add like so therefore I can keep Frostbitten and just add this to the boots. I mean, the Tyrion's Might arrow actually does do pretty decent for like some AoE though. Like the arrows actually do kind of decent enough damage actually. Retested, no deadly ambush. Aww. I guess that makes sense, you know, since it is a proc, you know, proc can't procs. Rule of thumb, it just happens to follow. You beat 140 with Chief Marauder's boss. Definitely not just one boss. What build were you playing, John? Like if you're talking about like a lightning spear of 140s, like, you know, almost on speed farm mode. If you're talking about like 140 as like the highest on like a build that's never been done. Oh, Andy's Barrage. Yeah, still though, like if you said like a 145 with like Chief Marauder boss, then we're talking. Like what I mean by you have to play one boss is that if you're trying to push your build to the max on pit, you have to play a Spirit Caller. Malice is a close second. Like if you get Malice, you'll make the attempt, but you probably know you're not gonna finish it. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. But Spirit Caller is like, okay, I actually have a chance. 140 isn't like with really good gear. 140 on Andy's Barrage is not at the level where you're pushing your absolute highest on Andy's Barrage to where it's like, oh well, I can do it with Chief. No, like there's a point where you don't have a choice, and I think that's kind of what I'm talking about. But like if you look at all the impressive clears, all the ones where you go, oh my god, did you see the dude that did 147 on Andy's Barrage? Like it wasn't Chief Mirage. Like you 1,000% sure it wasn't like Mother's Den or Sea Hag or Sharpshooter or you just know. Like you're seeing Spirit Caller and that clear. So I got a quad GA Skyhunter with 56 unique trait. Dude, that's so good. Oh, life on hit. Oh, you mean like life per hit or life on hit? It should be just life on hit. Let's see, are you seeing two different? Like life per hit, or life on hit? If only procs could procs. Well, some skills can. Some procs can't. Like Burst and Venom's can. Like Burst and Venom's proc has a lucky hit chance. has a lucky hit proc coefficient. So bursting venoms can proc things. So like stuff like, so there are some skills that kind of ignore the whole pros can prosper. I guess agree on the single boss notion. I've seen the 148 with Slither. What build and what class? Ironically enough, if I'm not mistaken, Necro does not want Spirit Caller. I'll put it this way. On the build that you're playing, there is pretty much just one, maybe two bosses you need. But even so, I think with the majority of the bosses being kind of useless for a push, that's kind of the point I'm making. Why don't I play a Beast Boss, literally BS? You have to kind of build for that with like a Shaco, Triple Masterwork, GA, and then Necro Tempers. It's a whole different setup. You don't just put on it and then all of a sudden it does the thing. And I can play the way I want to play. Is that okay? Does that hurt your feelings? Generally, I don't have any issues clearing T8 with the way that I currently play. Let's see what elixirs I wanted. Yeah, if we're talking about, we're going from 5 to 6 points in Alchemy on it. Amulet increased damage significantly. It depends on whether or not it hits a breakpoint for you or not. I think you have to kind of figure out where you are in terms of the rest of your gear and where you are in breakpoint kind of thing. And kind of go from there. So I don't know what the rest of your gear is and where you're at. Yeah, point I'm trying to make, John, is that you shouldn't have to sit there and get to the end and be like, oh, I got the wrong boss. Let me start over, sort of thing. All right, so we're still doing the, what is it, mirrored sharpshooters thing for fun. Keyword for fun. Not Define Fate. You can go Beast Fobbies. There is a Shaco, more so cooldown reliant setup that you can go if you choose and want to go that route. But there is a certain segment of the internet that so you can run it without Shaco. I mean, at that point, I don't really see a reason to use Beast Fobbies then. Why, when I don't struggle with resources during the fight? Like when there's like a serious fight going on, I'm like above 50%. So why not just use it like a different aspect? Although let me actually triple check my rings though. You're missing the L in there, Major. Doesn't mean if you get your lucky chance to 2 203.33 breakpoint, it would be worth, but if you went over, it wouldn't. That is correct. I'm gonna say it wouldn't be worth, but like, I mean, there's a very specific reason why you want that. So, kittens, what's going on? How's it gaming? Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm kind of messing around with a couple of different things. And I'm being told not to, apparently. Because, you know, internet. You know how it be, though. You know how it be. I wonder if I can actually get rid of Tyrio's Might, though, with this. That'd be like a really bold move, though. You just notice I have a moon in the top left of the overlay. Has it been there the whole time? Yeah, and so has the Earth. If you know, just in case you didn't see that before, the Earth is in the bottom right. It even rotates a little bit. There's an Earth, yeah. There's a whole planet. Are you streaming tonight, Cell, or nah? I swear I never noticed either. It's kind of actually meant to be pretty subtle. If you haven't noticed, you like the background. If you look at the background carefully on the outsides, like there's stars. Like it's like you're going through a star field basically. With the Earth and the Moon, so we're pretty much. I'm literally streaming out of space basically with the huge projector, and on that projector is Diablo 4. I guess I'll do 8 Dolores, why not? But the Earth is flat. I'm about to get my my graphic artist. Tell him he gave me the wrong PNG. I would say that my energy reserves has been a lot lower. I'm saying a lot lower, but lower than it normally would be. Kind of wonder what changed. I'm sure I probably changed something. Graphic design is your passion. I don't have a graphic design artist, by the way. I'm just saying stuff. Let's see. Maybe I put back on my lucky hit here. Yeah, most of my gear for the in-game build. What's the best way to farm the gear in in-game? Well, I guess, do you have all the uniques you need for your in-game build? Uniques and mythic uniques. If not, at that point, you want to start doing like torment bosses and stuff. Peace up. Do you need the new DLC to own the new Goblin content releasing? No. That's a seasonal thing. So log on right now and you can do the Goblin thing. Oh, dude's kind of tanky. Sure. There's a new DLC, just a character. What's the DLC for? Is Diablo 4 like your first like action RPG you've played in general? Just curious. Or like, you know, maybe like, have you played World of Warcraft or like any Blizzard titles in the past? Wow, what's going on? New bugs. Probably facts. I know I changed out something. Something must have changed out somewhere. I just don't know what it is. Oh, that makes sense. Oof. Okay. I'm missing 25% multiplier. There. Okay. That explains a lot, actually. You should do a challenge to play with the unique item in every slot. The bugs are a package deal. You sure you don't pay extra for them at all? I know I was forgetting something. I always do. Every time I like switch gear out or whatever, I'm always missing something. Always. New zone, is that in a game or a campaign? Sorry, I was watching advertisements. Well, I mean, so in most Diablo related games that Blizzard does, when they do expansions, it's basically a new character, new zone, more campaign, and like a bunch of changes to the game. Now, a lot of changes to the game will come to the game without you buying the expansion. But in terms of the new class, new zone, and new campaign, that is pure DLC. Like you have to have a DLC for that. You lost 704 bling cell? I swear I thought my shadow step was on cooldown. I kept spamming it and I was wondering why I wasn't moving. Also potion ran out. Literally, I was spamming that button, like walking right up into the elite's face. Play with tough light glasses on. We'll do so. You ever make sexy time with the glasses? I actually never really thought about it, honestly. I mean, yeah, you can use the same name over and over. I have a lot of dioxides lined up under my class choices. Wow, that burning fire hurt a lot. He didn't kill me, it was the freaking fire did. I have one question: which character for the first time, Sork? I mean, that has to be a you thing, right? Like when you buy a game like this, you know, an action role playing game. The idea is to play the role that you think you're gonna have fun with, right? So, out of all 5 classes that we got, which class do you think you'll have the most fun with? At least that's how I looked at it. Like when I, you know, bought, like, let's say Gauntlet Legends, right? Like I kind of had an idea, you know, based off the box art and stuff. It was like, huh, I think I'd like this archetype, right? Sounds like me. No, I ran out. Gauntlet Legends on 64 was so good. It was. It was. I feel like the reboot really wasn't nearly as good. Three GA sword, max life, damage, and crit damage. How much would it go for? Well, no one really wants the damage, unfortunately, but the max life and crit damage, it's nice. Hard to say what that would fetch for, but definitely not bad. Archer had the BFG ultimate, just wipe the whole screen. That's exactly the character I played. What's your pile to see when opening horde chests? I always just get the 60 and then I just do the mats, honestly, at this point. But that's because I don't really need any of the Inferno Horde uniques or whatever. So New Burma, what's going on, man? All right, so now I gotta do the next run with the Thug Life glasses on. But I like San Giacomo's suggestion though. I do like the cow trap thing a lot. But I think getting used to not having the duration thing is gonna be kind of tough, because then I'm cow trapping too early, and then it runs out like midway through like the stagger, and that's like awful. Let's make sure. Oh, 5%. Jeez. Jeez. Alright, so same thing. Thug Life glasses on. Disaster, what's going on? I remember the first Diablo. It was you're 49. Wow, gave me so much. Yeah, I just don't have time. But this weekend I had 3 days, and I plan to play all 3. Nice, nice. All right, Grandpa, you have a good one.
Yo, Dark Side.
I got the glasses on.
Son.
I kind of can't do the dance though.
You know how we do.
I don't know.
Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
I got 32 seconds left on this wave. That's what's going on. And my averts are echoing right now. I gotta fix that next stream.
Sheezy.
Ow, ow.
Panda curated my stream with 770 views.
Waited for the start to see how committed you were to dance. I mean, generally I am. If I'm not in the middle of like a wave or something like that, I'll like stop and do it. But yeah. Is streaming your full-time, part-time? Part-time. Yeah, definitely do not make nearly enough money to consider it a full-time thing. What I do for full-time? I'm a teacher. At the moment, I'm kind of like disabled, so I kind of can't really like do the job in what is expected of me at the moment. So I actually did go today though for the after-school rehearsal, and students were really excited to see me today, which was pretty cool. I turned away for like half a second and I got jumped. That happens. Yo, I spawn with like no HP. Do your students know you stream? I get asked that question every time I say I'm a teacher. And yes, they do know. They're aware. Not because I told them, but I think it's kind of obvious that if one person out of like the, you know, hundreds of students that teach a year happens to play Diablo and look on the Diablo 4 channel on YouTube for any particular reason, there's only one African American that does anything like, you know, regularly with content in Diablo 4. So it's kind of like, huh, I recognize that guy. He looks very familiar. And there you go. They play few. It's the hat. Must be. Should have your students call you Mr. Dioxide. I don't make them call me any sort of like Mr. titles. Parents kind of get a little upset about it though, because they just like, you know, it's like, why won't you let them call you Mr. so and so? I'm just like, I don't know. It just sounds a little too proper for me in a sense. I won't say for me per se, but like it kind of like establishes more of a I don't know. Like I kind of approach it in a sense where like I don't want my students to feel like I'm better than them. In any case, yes, sure, I'm their teacher, but like the way that I want them to view it is that like I'm no sort of legend. I just had opportunities you haven't had yet. That's it. Like the reason why I do the thing better than you do is because I had an opportunity you haven't had yet because you're still young. So obviously you wouldn't be better at me at doing it because I've had years and years and years doing it, and well, you haven't. That's the difference. So I teach math now. I teach music. Oh. Almost died. I don't think I had like any resource issues until today. I'm trying to figure out why. It's a little different than what I'm used to. So it's not this. I thought maybe my lucky hit was low, so it's not that. Staff are getting nervous about that for sure. But we all look alike, so they might not know it's you. Yeah, buddy's disabled. and Diablo too. Did you play with the 4G Skyhunter yet? I haven't even mastered work yet, to be honest with you. Like I haven't played and like when I got off last night, I usually don't touch Diablo until I stream again. So to be honest with you, I totally forgot it was in my stash. But for sure, thanks for reminding me. When I get back on my rapid fire, I'll for sure do so. That hurt. Do me for mush. What's going on? No. Jeez, what? What? I guess that was the Thug Life Glasses run. Yo, there was 4 ballistas here, and like the moment I went this way, there was another 4 or 5 waiting for me up top. Jeez, yo. They wait the way through with no dash. It's actually quite a bit harder to play with the Thug Life Glasses on, which is why I have that as a redeem, because I legit almost can't really see. And then like, you know where like the white little white checker part is on like the Thug Life Glasses, like it's like it blocks. It's like a patch. You literally can't see either. So anything on the bottom right, I can't see at all. So I'm like guessing where to go. It's like Dr. Disrespect with the glasses. Speaking of which, is he still like doing is he still like, I heard he's still like trying to do content. Like he's like not leaving the space. If you live, you would still blame the glasses. But yeah, that was an interesting scenario, because I didn't even hear, because usually I like listen for that. I didn't even hear the second set of ballistas. So like I heard the first, which is why I went up, but I didn't even know that there was one at the top until I got hit, and then of course that was GG. All right, this is a for real run, I guess. Ice Beast dropped the Andoria's Visage. Nice, GG. That was a really bad rain of arrows. Is there a problem with cheese aspect? We cannot find it. What level are you, JT? JD? So survivability, would you say this is a good bit for hardcore? Yeah, as long as you don't do the dark side tryhard version, then yeah, you're fine. I do that. If you have a Doombringer, I'd probably throw that on too, and you'd be fine, easily fine. I just tend to play with, you know, half applied toilet paper for gear, for toughness. I'm talking about like that gas station like toilet paper fly. Yeah, as long as you don't do that, you're fine. Oh, you're 81? You said you haven't found a unique build for ring and rapid fire build? That happened to me, actually. I actually didn't even find the Scoundrel's Kiss ring, like myself, until I was level 100, so it happens. And also, I guess now with the Mother's Blessing, like you level a lot faster now in general. Or, well, not a lot faster, but definitely faster. So if you leveled, or your friend, or if you have some friends that kind of help you level, help you power level up, yeah, you're probably not going to find as much during the leveling phases. There you go. I think I'm gonna have to play with this more often. I kind of really do like this sharpshooter thing for this. Eight the lords, I guess. I couldn't shadow step to him. Yeah, I got to have at least 145. No, I mean, I do masterwork. I do remasterwork quite often, it seems. Shadow Marina Bears is so sad. It is. It is. Very much so. I don't know why I stopped attacking. Which aspects pop that shadow clone? I don't have a shadow clone actually. At least I don't have it on my bar. What was that there? The pop off like a shadow clone? You mean my cow traps or? Oh, you mean the aspect of cow traps? It's like a little like blaze spinning thingy. That's a cow trap aspect. Guess a shadow glue can prop a shadow clone. Yeah, but I think he's talking about the little like spinny blading in the middle of the cow trap. I have an extra window glass I can buy. I haven't played sword yet, so I wouldn't have any window glasses. Somebody might though in the chat. Trying to figure out what did I do different this time around? We can perfect the Heartseeker. Very nice. So we do this one. Is Concussive Strike work against stagger bosses? Yes. Yep. Is that 5 billion damage he's on? I don't know. Was it? Couple field billion? Yeah, I mean that's kind of normal for this build actually. What up, Panda? I messed up the rotation. Yeah, he should have been dead in the first rotation. Like this guy here. First stagger. Oh, you left. Oh, the Demon Hydra killed me? That's rough. Did you clip? Yeah, I mean, I usually hit over a bill like pretty consistently while the buff's up, but I don't know about the 5 build. I can't believe the Hydra killed me though. He lasted past the first stagger, really? Like the second time that's happened. Same with him. Oh, he got my cow trap. I mean, if someone clip it, I mean, if we can kind of go back and look for it if you want. Will I be doing party hordes later? I probably should at some point. I think I am kind of at the point where I don't really have much. Isn't a clip on YouTube anyways? Could be. I kind of rather have it on Twitch though, because Twitch is my main. So like, if it's clipped on Twitch, I can feature it on like Twitch. Why is the eighth account so low? Well, for one, I had some pretty bad boons, and two, I just didn't play well. Generally speaking, if you get Hellborn and some of the elite stuff early, you can easily get up to 700, 800, 900 or whatever. But if your boons suck, then, you know, it is what it is. Am I playing Sork any season? I'm gonna play Druid first and then Sork, because I know that if I play Sork first, then I'm not gonna get to Druid. Just like almost every season. I kind of want to play some Wind Shear Druid. Did anyone get a clip of that though? The guess the what someone said 5 bill hit. I doubt it was 5 bill. I don't think I would. I think the highest I've ever hit like offline was 3.2 billion, somewhere around that range. I get a triple. Ooh, that's a terrible triple GA dagger. That was awful. It's. I guess I can go back in my Twitch VOD, take a look at it. All right, let's go back to the normal boots here. Not normal boots, but let's go back to the whatchamacallit boots I had, and then the right sword, the right dagger I had, so I can kind of compare the differences. Alright, let's go back to frostbitten. Oh wow, I still don't have a max frostbitten aspect for real. That's funny. I'm actually disappointed. I didn't like. Normally, I just one stagger kill usually. So a little disappointed I didn't. I was like, wait a minute. Almost as if I'm missing something like somewhere on my gear. I don't know it. It has kind of felt that way though, but I could just be imagining things. Oh, retribution, cold clip. Ability. I mean, no, everything's. I think everything is where it should be. I did run out of my lucky hit elixir though. That was a clutch shadow step. This is okay. Appreciate the follow. But GMM was happening. Yeah, this is actually an okay boon. No, it wasn't imbued. Sash. Because a sharpshooter makes a lot of difference. In some cases, it does. In some cases, it does. If things last long enough, or there's a lot going on, I think it does. But you also got to remember that when you take sharpshooter, you also are removing a DPS aspect too. So like you're removing like frostbitten, which is also like pretty good. So there are some times where you kind of wish you had frostbitten, and then there are times you wish you had the sharpshooter. But they changed the buff from the Goblin event last time. It's better than it was last time. I'll put it that way. Big bomber. I don't know why, like, I heard that in my head with like a Jamaican accent for sure. Still no Hellborn boons. Season 6 PTR coming? Yeah, it is. We don't know the exact date, but it is coming. Guess this is fine. Is Rogue my favorite overall favorite class? Yeah, for sure. Also, something is wrong. Uh, hmm. Give me one sec. I feel like it was like playing like a very specific part of my playlist, and like that's kind of it. Okay, we finally got a good boon on like wave 7. Cigar, what's going on? I didn't see. No caller? Okay. I listened to any Memphis rap. I mean, kind of. I guess. I would say not much at all. But like, I don't think I've like really sat down and like listened to anything like in general in like the past like 7 or 8 months. Like that's how out of the loop I've kind of been in general because of like my schedule is very go go go, and I just haven't like sat down and just like you know check out other things. I actually have a list of artists I kind of want to check out and add to my playlist, and I just haven't gotten through any of that. I probably won't anytime soon because the expansion is coming up. So the amount of work, Maxroll is gonna be nutty. All right, Petitious parents, you have a good one. But like, I probably won't be able to catch much of anything for like most of the rest of the year. At this rate. Suicide Boys, Shiesties, the off Glock, 3-6, Money Bag, Moochie Great. Are these more so like recent artists by chance? Off rip. this one's for the ladies. Oh man. Like my boons didn't really start getting good until like towards the end. Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely got 3-6. Yeah, can I take a look at the game? Send me or message me in my DM. Have you added to your friends list? Okay. Author, were you here when I used the pack of gum analogy? Yeah. You know how like your best friend, like your friend asks you for like a piece of gum, right? So you pull it out. Right, you know, you give your friend a piece and you got like, you know, like a 25 pack or whatever. Someone sees that you pull it out and then they ask, oh, can I get a piece? Right, because like I mean, obviously you pulled it out and you got like 25 pieces, right? And then once you give that person a piece, 2 other people see you do it, right? And then after that, you end up with like 2 pieces of gum left. And it's like, you only really meant to just give your friend that one piece, but you don't want to say no to other people because you know, you're a nice guy. That's kind of how that works. It's not that I don't want to, which is why I say just like, you know, DM me. Generally speaking, I like kind of do it on my off time. I remember last season I did that, like when I actually started like, you know, picking up and like growing or whatever. And I realized that that was really bad for the stream because people were not able to see gameplay. All they were doing was just watching me do gear checks. And yeah, that was bad. So it was good for like the 5 or 6 people that were involved, but it was bad for everyone else that wanted to watch me play. Well, I've been like doing really bad today, man. Like, usually they never last past the first stagger. Hey, what is up? Why not run topaz no weapons? Because it's less damage than the diamonds. Because we're proccing no witness legendary node, which is what the ultimate, which is what the diamond gems are for. Gonna start Royal Come expansion. I do want to play the Spiritborn. It just kind of depends, honestly. I haven't really decided. I also kind of want to see what, you know, what happens to the rogue in general. Like, I'm interested in like obviously new skills, passives, Paragon tree, all that cool stuff. I'm actually kind of weirded out though. Like, I wonder why I'm not getting the first stagger, or not getting them in the first stagger. That's kind of weird. Like, I felt like I probably changed out something and I don't know what it is. But hey, it happens all the time. All right, Super Kuman. You have a good one. I think I'm like slightly frustrating myself because I'm like, I know these guys never last past the first stagger. So what's up? You made this actually drop my frontal chest. I've never seen anyone get any in the chest. Hey, psychedelics, you say you mean like Rax's chat? I really gotta go this. Yeah, for the night. Alright, man, you have a good one. Seen the guy with clip of getting a Doombringer on Reddit out of a chest and Nightmare Dungeon. Oh well, yeah, Nightmare Dungeons, yeah, it can drop. I don't think I've never seen it actually happen in Infernal Hordes, like ever. Dark Side is a blink, cool. What up, Vinny? I must have no place in this building. Umbris doesn't really work on anything other than like a barrage spec of some sort. Oh, whoops. Let's see. Vinny with the prime, appreciate you. Let's get and sell all items here. I gotta figure out what's going on with that. I actually do kind of want to mess around with Sharpshooter a little bit more though. So I guess we'll do that. Just for all blinks. No Shank Road build? Not tonight. I'm kind of experimenting with a couple of different options actually. Whoa, wait a minute. Where's my buffs? Yeah, something's off. I don't know what it is. I don't know what I did with my gear when I switch things over, but something's off. I'll find it tomorrow. Ship of goblins and waves. Then I would never do anything else outside of hordes, I guess. So I guess it was a good thing for goblins to be elsewhere, because we already do a lot of hordes as it is. About time. Like a good boon at the start. Yeah, this one's not bad. Either. Whoops. to this one. I still don't know. I'm like so back and forth between the two. I have to just kind of do it more often. You're confused which one to follow, the tryhard or the trap seeker, trapless one. Well, the tryhard one is there because people always ask what I do. Like they always say, well, how come your what you do doesn't match the guide? So I'm just like, okay, fine. I'll put what I do in the guide. But the tryhards are literally for that, tryhards. But understand that if you run that, while it's, you know, it's technically the most DPS you can get, it's much more difficult to play because you're running Dex gems instead of rubies. So if you're not used to stutter stepping or moving around or repositioning, you're going to die a lot. So try hard is literally that. And I think people, that's why I name it try hard. So like, are you wanting to try that hard? If the answer is no, then don't go for that. I would just go for the final setup. The trapless is actually pretty good too as well. A lot of people don't like traps, so that's kind of why I made that version too as well. But it doesn't really matter which one you really go with. They all perform well. What's best is honestly going to be the one that you're going to find that you're going to have the most fun playing. Be sure to follow us. Yeah, the hog was going on. Yeah, I'm good. Just trying to figure out whether I want to keep sharpshooter aspect in this setup or not. Other alternatives? Well, normally I just run Frostbitten on my boots, but the Sharpshooter kind of gives me a higher uptime on the Paingorgers in general. So it might be worth dropping Frostbitten. Might be worth dropping. But I think my like just regular arrow damage is so high that I don't really have to care about that. But I do like the being able to reapply Engorgers without like having to, you know, use an additional cast animation to do so. It just does it on just one cast for like a while in the traps. My thoughts on Handies versus Heartseeker. Can't decide which one to do. That is going to be a you thing. Like, what do you think you're going to have more fun with? So, like, honestly, they're both very good builds. Just what do you think you're going to have more fun with? Are you definitely more of, you know, kind of like a super AoE rise spread type dude? Then I would go Andes. If you're kind of like to be a little bit more single target centric, then yeah, I'd probably go Heartseeker. But again, play style is important, so you have to kind of figure out which one you think fits you. And so I can't answer that for you. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I'm missing something somewhere. Ain't no way that most of tonight they have not been dying in one stagger. It's been awful. I guess I don't know what though. Do I use potion every 10 seconds for elixir buff? I mean, roughly. Like, I don't time it for like every exact 10 seconds. It's more so like I time it for like rotational things. When I know like something big, like a big event is getting ready to happen, or like I know there's like a bunch of release coming around, like I'll pop it then, but like purposely then. But like I kind of conserve my potions because when things get hectic, you don't want to be out of potions just for a buff. Problem is you don't have ultimate cooldown tempers because you don't have a necro. You can still do Andes without necro temper. The necro temper is just for like the ultra try hard variant or whatever with perma shadow clone. That's all it is. But that important. It's really not that. It's really not important at all, honestly. Like it's more so like maybe if you want to do like super high tier pushing or something like that, pit or whatever. But like obviously at that point you're looking at like, you know, 300 to 400 tries of a single level kind of thing. If that's not what you're going to be doing, then you literally don't have to worry about the necro temper and shadow clone. You can literally just do death trap. Which build is this you're using now? Always a tryhard. I mean, it's the Dioxide tryhard is the one I run because it's legit my variation. Oh, I guess I'm full on gems. Like so, like yeah, so like the point of having the dark size tryhard one is to show people the one that I tend to use, but it's again very difficult to use because I'm like running with like 20 something k HP, like 22 k HP. Like that's not what I don't recommend people do that. All right, I'm gonna do one more, but I'm gonna put back on my normal stuff. Frostbitten. I am a little concerned though. I'm like, why am I not like one tapping these councils? I guess the thing is that I get cigar. I actually got a question a couple of times today. I actually saw someone what was it like on my one of my videos. Someone was like, "Yeah, I'm playing the tryhard version, but like I'm like dying like a ton. It's like, what am I doing wrong?" And I was like, well, you just put the build together. I asked him like, did you just put the build together?" And he's like, yes. It's like, and you opted to try for the tryhard variation when you just put it together. And he's like, yes. I'm like, well, why would you do that? And he's like, because it's a version you play. And I'm like, well, yes, but I've also played this like a ton. Like, obviously, when you see the dex gems in your gear, you automatically know, okay, you know, you're losing like 54% EHP. Like, that's you're gonna be running around trying to figure out not to get hit, right? But yeah, it's there just so that for people to know what I'm doing, rather than like that's what you should go in a sense. That's why the final version and the Dark Size Tryhard version are very similar. It's just Tryhard just has, you know, emeralds instead of rubies in gear. Exposure's underrated for Andes. You could, yeah. When I swap Death Trap for Rain of Arrows, whenever you want. Depending on, well, actually, what build are you playing? I'll put it that way. You talking about this build here? You can do Death Trap or Rain of Arrows whenever you feel like. The Shadow Clone for you is worth doing a Necro for the Temper. Marcus Farmer TAs. I'm actually experimenting a little bit, trying out a couple of different options. Or was. Now I'm gonna go back to my normal set. I feel like there's something off what I normally do. Like I'm not like one staggering the console bosses like I was before. So I'm trying to figure it out. You don't like Andy's rogue? Well, what rogue do you like? I feel too much difficult doing the horse with a Death Trap. I don't know if it's just a problem. I mean, you could try it. I mean, that's how you go experiment. Take off Death Trap, put on Rain of Arrows, see how you feel. during Stormslide Druid so much. Good. Heartseeker. Part of Shadows Heartseeker, I guess you could say. Froggy, what's going on? You switch from Andy's to Mippy's Barrage build. Isn't that the same thing? Isn't his Andy's build the Barrage Andy's? Or no? How am I this season? Pretty good. That season is upcoming season 6. Hopefully. That is the hopes, right? That was close. It's a good life on hit. Sorry, lucky hit. A chance bonus in the tooltip for Andy's builds. You can only get there. And then check out our Maxroll Andy's guide. It has everything you need there. Generally speaking, you technically want 203.33%, but obviously it's extremely difficult to get there, so I would take a look at the facts and stuff to figure out alternatives for that setup. Hey, your Barrage build on Maxroll is so fun. At first, I didn't like random rails, but you figured it out. Yeah. The idea was to try to, like, when I rebrand it, I wanted to make it different than, like, I didn't want to make, like, a Andy's Barrage, but without poison, if that makes sense. So it was kind of, difficult to figure out what to do with it, per se. But I think I came up with something that was pretty decent. The rotation for max damage. Generally, you want to do Rain of Arrows or imbued Rain of Arrows, Shadow Step, Cow Trap, Smoke Grenade, Potion, then Heartseeker until they're dead. That was bad. I didn't even do my Rain of Arrows. Still feel like something's off, but I guess we're good. So the best place for GA items? In front of hordes in general. You grab the 60 chests. In front of T8. I wouldn't say T8 per se. Unless your build is just like really, really good. That was bad. Bad choices, bad decisions there. I saw you. Sad. Yeah, I think in front of horse is a permanent feature, which I think is a good idea. Don't screw up the rotation this time. Actually, just for the boss. Yo, he died so fast. But I didn't kill him in one stagger though, Sag. I do kind of want to see that though. Let's see if I can go back on Twitch and like clip that real quick. Or if anyone else can clip that. Do I plan on push Pit with Heartseeker? I don't plan on doing any Pit at all. Pit's in the awful spot at the moment. Very bad spot. I'm at the point where I have too many gem fragments now. And the boiler was running into this issue like 2 days ago. I'm like, I'm nowhere near that now. And now look at me. Not enough reward? No, it's just like bad design. Like, I feel like the whole idea of like legit having to try 200, 300, 400 times, and the only real boss that's worth it is Spirit Caller, and if you don't get him, you have to reset the pits in order for like to get your highest clear for a lot of class builds. It's just a kind of a boring experience. There's really no strategy on the way there. Everything kind of dies really quickly on the way to boss, and then you only have one boss to fight basically, and that's kind of really it. Like when someone clears, you already know exactly what happened before you even watch the video. I just think it's a very frustrating experience for people who are trying, and it's just not like the fun for me, in my opinion, just isn't worth. It's just really not worth the effort, to be honest with you. Like, at least I don't feel like it is. It feels like Diablo 3 Greater Rifts, but like considerably worse. At least with D3's Greater Rifts, you had like when you're fishing or like that, when you got the when you have the right situation, it's not gonna let me. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go back to the VOD myself and find it. Oh well. Never mind. But yeah, at least in D3, when you got the right Greater Rift or you got the right map or whatever like that, like there was strategy. You know, you couldn't go too far, otherwise you'll despawn your pylon spawn parts. You kind of had to know where the pylons were, how to spawn them, how to drag everything to where you need to go. It wasn't just a matter of just find an elite and kill it. I like pylons, not really, but like I don't like the idea of being pigeonholed into like conduit pylon and power pylon. I didn't like that, but I like that there was strategy. Like there's a difference between someone good playing a GR, like a high level GR, and someone who has no idea what they're doing. Like there's a tremendous gap between. Whereas like, and here it's like it's like there isn't any way to kind of showcase any, like, you know, there really isn't much way to showcase your ability to play the pit level, like on the way there. Like basically you find the elite, you burst it down, finding another elite, burst it down, find the elite. There's no strategy. It's like a speed farming, and then you get to the boss, and then the boss fight is pretty difficult, which is cool. But it'd been nice if we had variety of bosses to fight. If it wasn't just Spirit Caller every time, then it's kind of like, oh well, you're just the only boss you have to learn how to fight is Spirit Caller, because Spirit Caller is really the only boss you're going to be able to clear the really high hits with or whatever, right? Like the guys who like Giga Push, like a Spirit Caller or bust, and that's a very unfortunate state of the game. And like sometimes you can try for hundreds of times and not get Spirit Caller. Like imagine trying for like your absolute highest clear, right? And you tried 200 times and you didn't get Spirit Caller all 200 times. Like, how would you feel?
Yes.
Like, how's that? But that's what you have to do. Hell, that happened to Mukuna last season, where like legit he just could not get Spirit Caller. He was like live on stream trying for like 4 or 5 hours straight, and not a single time did he get Spirit Caller. And it's like, bruh. Yeah, it's just like, man, like what kind of mess is that? Masson, appreciate the prime. No. And then also there's also the RMT part of it too, right? Where in this game, unlike D3 in a sense, you can buy your gear with real money. You know, so if you're trying to push for your highest clear, someone else's highest clear might be, well, you know, might have a better chance of getting a higher clear than you because he spent actual real money in the game. So like you can't really even like third party compete with some of these people. Like I said, it's just a lot of, there's just like significant issues with Pit right now that makes me not want to be involved.
Yes. I appreciate that.
All right, I think we're gonna leave it at that. Trying to farm T8 with Row, Heartseeker, or Andy's build. And you'll have an easier time doing it with Andy's.
Well done.
Same with many streamers who get a lot of the gear from the other community. You can never compare to those people. Yeah.
No.
That's also, yeah. That's also a thing. I don't know. I think people think I'm making excuses for it, but honestly, like if you watch me play D3 in the past, like you know I used to do this very thing often. And I would go for rank 1 world clears. I'm not motivated to do it. D4, maybe like I'm hoping like the Dark Citadel and like the under something. I keep forgetting what it's called. The under whatever. Underground, under whatever new thing that's happening.
Yes.
Undercity, yeah. I keep forgetting what it's called. Everyone else knows but me.
Yes.
Parallax. Does the nip poison abuse work with Andy's rogue? I see the guy has mixed poison abuse, but there's the 75% damage for it not work. No. Nope. Mixed poison abuse is better because you need to be able to continue to keep stacking the poison, so you need to reset your poison abuse. Considerably better.
Your bones betray.
With my Heartseeker build, is there a reason I'm not critting as much?
I appreciate that.
Naturally, if you have all the gear pieces, you should be critting quite often. In fact, you should be critting 100% of the time against anything that isn't a boss or doesn't have a stagger meter. So you might be missing some things. Check your skill tree too as well. Make sure you have trick attacks there.
Greetings.
Quite a few things.
Well done.
All right. I think tomorrow I'll play more chill. Like we'll probably do some like tournament bossing and stuff like that. I think I'm kind of getting to the point where I don't think I can stretch out any more than of what I'm trying to do. Also need to get back to playing some rapid fire. I don't know why I didn't go back to playing rapid fire today at all whatsoever. I'm a little sad about it, but I am a little exhausted, so I think maybe I just kind of just took the time to chill. But yeah, tomorrow we'll do more playing with the chat and stuff. I know I've been getting asked about it, and I've been kind of silent on it. But we'll do a lot of people make trades for over go cap, real money. Literally real money. At this point, honestly, like it's pretty much just real money. I mean, because gold starting to like not having much value at all. So yeah, real monies. All right, who to go to? All right. Been a fame the other time. I went to clip this last time. Oh, Canadian Heroes on. Let's go here. She's awesome. She you guys don't know what the tugboat rogue is. You definitely should watch her play it. She's the inventor of that. Does it have a good night? Yeah, dude. It's been a long day today, but I think it's good. I think I had a good day in general, I think. Because I'm just not used to doing as much as I have in the past. So by the time I got to streaming, man, I was like already exhausted. Co-op TV, what's going on? It's the best rogue builder level? You mean like to level, or what's the best rogue leveling build? There's so many good rogue builds right now. I would just kind of pick the one you think you're gonna have the most fun with. But Canadian Hero, enjoy her. I will see you out tomorrow night. And depending on what the campfire is, what was I playing? Heartseeker. Well, rapid fire at first, and then I switched to Heartseeker for a bit. Trying to figure out what I'm gonna do for the rest of the time, because like campfire stream is coming on Thursday, and I'm trying to pace myself to figure out what I'm gonna do for next week, because I don't know if next week is PTR or next week is mid-season patch. I don't know what's going on, but we need some stuff. Oh, you just woke up? Yeah, sorry, man. But you have a good one. I'll catch y'all later, and as always, till next time.